kuiona sababu ni
Good morning, everyone. This is Griselda speaking. Um, Melanie, may I please ask you if you can allow me to share my screen? I've never done training on Zoom, so I just want to see if I can get it right before we start with the training. Thank you so much.
Recording in progress.
Colleagues, I think somebody is still, I can hear, I think it's gone now. If we could, I know the training is only supposed to start at 10 o'clock. So thank you for being here already or locking in already. But we will start on 10 o'clock. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everybody. Can everybody hear me?
Good morning, Miriam.
Sorry, it's actually Melanie. I'm busy renaming it.
Oh, okay, Melanie. Good morning. Sorry, man, I was trying to share. Ah, there, I see you. But I can't share. You need to give me permission to
I've
share.
given you permission now. You can see.
Okay, thank you. I will check now.
Thank you.
Because I've never done the Zoom training, so I'm a little bit, I would just want to make sure that I'm doing it correctly.
No worries.
Okay, can you see it?
I can see it perfectly. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, wonderful. Okay. Now I just
Cool.
want to see if I want to stop share. Okay.
You got
I
it.
just want to check quickly the presentation as well. If you will be, if I do that correctly. Sorry.
No worries.
It's just to make sure that I don't make mistakes when we are busy.
No worries.
Okay, let me
Okay.
just put it on slideshow. Okay, so you can see the slideshow now.
Perfect. It's all perfect.
Okay, and it goes forward.
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Please bear with me. I'm working from home right now. So if there's a bit of interruptions with the small ones, please bear with me. I'm going to probably be mute most of the time because of that reason.
Okay, Melanie, may I just ask you, please? I'm not sure if I will be able to see if there's hands or things. If you can just assist me with that while you are here. I know there's a time that you're not going to be here. But if you can just assist me maybe with that, I will
That's
really
perfect.
be appreciative.
I've actually managed to change it. So I'm going to be on full time. So that's perfect. I'll be able to sort that out for you. And then also I'll be doing some form of like a registration with everybody. So whoever is online currently, can I please ask that you send your name, your shelter, and your designation with an email address as well in the chat so that I can put it down as the register, please. And then any comments or questions you can put down in the chat as well. And I'll be assisting Griselda today with any questions or chats. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Melanie.
You're most welcome. Good morning, everyone that's on. We're just waiting for 10 o'clock and then we'll start the workshop. Thanks.
Good morning, everyone. We said, and I also promised that we will start at 10 o'clock today and that we won't be late. I thought, let me just quickly put on my video so that you can see me. My name is Griselda Coetzee Groenewald, and I'm working at the National Department of Social Development. I'm working in the victim empowerment and prevention of gender-based violence. So today I'm going to try. I've never done the training over Zoom when it comes to the psychosocial support service policy. Normally we do it face-to-face, but I'm still appreciative of the initiative that NSM have done to also arrange this training. So like I said, I'm going to ask Melanie, because when I start sharing, maybe I won't be able to see comments, I won't be able to see hands. But please, I do not, you must please participate in this training. Please ask questions. Please give comments. I'm not touchy, so you can even say to me, we are not agreeing with you, or we are not happy with what you are saying. Because this is a way for us also to look and see how can we make this training better. So I want to start off. I see we are like 40 people. I'm going to stop the video now because I know it also makes it sometimes difficult when the video is on and with the internet and all of those things. Can I maybe ask that because we are so little, that we can start introducing, that you can also introduce yourself and just give me an idea, because I know with the network, I see some of you are from Gauteng province, and I was working in the Gauteng province before, so I know the shelters, some of the shelters. But if you can just introduce me and just tell me which province you are also from the shelter that you are from. So can we please start? Can I maybe ask Hyla? I know Hyla. If we can start with Hyla to introduce herself. Thank you so much. Sorry, I forgot. If you're not able to introduce yourself because you have difficulties with the that you cannot speak. I see now Hyla saying that you don't have a mic. I forgot about that part as well. Okay, can we go to the next one then? If you have a mic, then please introduce yourself. I think it is Sikona Maleki. I'm sure I'm not saying your name correctly, but please introduce yourself.
Morning, everyone. Is everyone able to hear me?
Yes, I am.
All right, thank you very much. It's Zikona Maleki from Petrikum, House of Restoration for Women in Crisis, and we are in the Eastern Cape, Port Elizabeth to be specific.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you so much. And can we go to the next one? Sibongile. I don't see a surname. I'm not sure if you'll be able to talk, Sibongile. Mashele. Okay, please introduce yourself, Sibongile.
Hello.
Sibongile, from where are you?
Hi, am I audible?
Yes, I can hear you. From where are you?
Oh, I'm from Ton Leadership Foundation.
Oh, okay. No, I know you did. I know you guys did write in the chat box. It's just
so I
no, it's fine.
our details as
Okay.
well.
No, that's fine. I know you guys have written in the chat box. It's fine. Thank you so much for being here. Oh, I don't know how to pronounce this name. Eucharist Eurist. Okay, I think I'm saying this name totally wrong. Then we have Lisa Stevens.
Good morning to all. Thank you very much for today's training. Gauteng Province, Leisha Stevens, Shelter Social Worker at the NISA Institute for Women's Development.
Welcome, Lisa.
Thank you.
Then we have Tembi and Lebu.
Good morning, everyone. This is Lebo, and I'm here with Tembi. I am social work supervisor, and she is social work manager at AMCARE. We are a shelter for abused women and their children. Thank you.
Thank you. And I know you are from Gauteng because I know MK. It's wonderful to have you. Yeah. Then we have
Thank
Cheryl.
you.
Cheryl.
Morning, everyone. This is Cheryl Shabane from the Frida Hartley Shelter in Johannesburg.
Welcome, Cheryl. The next one I see is Matilda.
Hi everyone. My name is Matilda Mhlanga. I'm from Bad Bless Shelter. It's a shelter for abused women and children. We are in Mpumalanga. I'm with my colleague, Ms. Luleka.
Wonderful. Then I see, let me just see, Rose.
Hallo, ek is Rose Bailey van Etimbeni Community Centre in die Noord-Kaap.
Welcome, Rose. Then I see Busi Siswe or RCC.
Good morning, everyone.
Okay. I see you have a little bit of difficulties. That's fine. I understand. Juliana. Okay, Juliana, I can't hear you. I see you are unmuted, but I can't hear you. Then I see there's a Delene Roberts.
Good morning, everybody. Delene Roberts from Sisters Incorporated, a home for survivors based in Cape Town.
Wonderful. Then I see there's a Etim Bembeni, CCC.
Hi, everyone. I'm Samgeli Swebengu, an assistant director from Etembeni Crisis Care Center, a shelter for abused women and children. We are based in KZN.
Wonderful. Somebody from KZN. Welcome. Then
thank
there's
you.
another one that I see, Kwano Bugle. I see you and then you went away. And now I said it too wrong, but you can try again if you want to just speak. Okay. Then
Good day. Okay.
No, that's fine. Go
on. My name is Kumbuzo. Kumbuzo Simeti. I'm the social worker and also shelter manager at Bethlehem Child and Family Welfare. We're a shelter for victims of crime and violence in Free State. I'm with my colleague here. It's Wongile Nhlapo. Introduce yourself.
Hi, everyone. I'm Nhlapo Sibongile, house mother at Child and Family Welfare.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mary?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mary Macheta. I'm from Community Welfare Services Shelter for Victims of Violence and Crime in Free State, Webinar.
Ah, wonderful. Welcome. Then I see there's a Bubs.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Babs Kambala. I work for Domino Red Light Foundation. We are a safe house that houses survivor sex workers and survivors of human trafficking. And we are also in Durban.
Ah, wonderful. Then I see Memory. Okay.
Morning, everyone. My name is Memory from Women's Forum in El Dorado Park, Johannesburg, shelter for victims of gender-based violence. Thank you.
Thank you. I see another one that says woman to woman. Syphos in Kimberley in the Northern Cape. Oh, wonderful. Wonderful. Colleagues, is there anyone that I've missed? Because I tried to look, but if there's anyone that I missed, you have now the opportunity to introduce yourself.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sindisiwe Msimango from Grip Mkondo Shelter in Mpumalanga. I'm a social worker and the shelter manager for a shelter that provides services to women and children who are affected by gender-based violence. Thank you.
Welcome. Anyone else that I have missed?
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? It's Mo.
Yes, you can continue, Mo.
Oh, okay. So my name's Mo Swartz and I am from Mosaic. And I manage the 2 shelters in the Eden Karoo, one in Heidelberg and one in Albertinia.
Oh, wonderful. Welcome. Anyone else that I have missed?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nigeziwe Matlopa. I'm from Home of Hope for Girls in Saturday. I'm a social worker by profession. I'm working with neglected kids and the ones that are being abandoned. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good morning, everybody. My name is Barbara Baisam from Curious Future Movement Shelter in Sasolburg in the Free State. Sorry for joining late. We just had load shedding finished now.
Welcome. Yes, continue. Is there anyone else?
Good morning, everyone. Speaking is Olwethu Nzenza from Konobuhle Outreach Center. I am here with Annelisa, Karen, and Kirsty. We are a shelter for abused women and children.
Thank you so much. Okay, are we finished? It seems like it.
Griselda, hi.
Yeah.
Our social worker that is based at the shelter, she might join us a little bit later. She's just trying to connect.
That's wonderful. No, that's fine. I know with the load shedding and all of those stuff, it's difficult with the connections and all of this. So even now, I'm going to try to be, to give you most of the information. But you did receive now the policy, colleagues. You did receive the presentation. And you did receive the agenda. So some of the things, when I'm going through it, I'm not going to go in depth because I feel like you will be able to read it. So also to ensure that we don't waste time or things that is not so necessary. So what I'm going to ask, if there's no one else, is I just want to make sure everybody did have a chance to introduce themselves. Okay. So what I'm going to ask now is that can we please ensure that all of us are muted? Can I please also ask that the people that are sharing a laptop to make sure that all of your names are on the chat box, like Melanie is asking for the attendee register. Afterwards, I will share with Melanie some other things as well that she can share with you. an article here and there and things like that. A resource register that was done about 2 years ago. And as you know, telephone numbers and things can be changed and things like that, but at least it's just something extra that you have. So there will still come some few things through the email that I will share with Melanie. So colleagues, I'm going to quickly start through, then to share, just to quickly go through the agenda for us today. And I know with the load shedding and things like that, some of it we have done already. We have done the opening and welcoming. Then we're going to do the purpose, the expectations, the overview, the induction. Here around 11:30, we're going to have a quick 10-minute break, just quickly to go to the bathroom and maybe get a hot cup of coffee, because it seems like today is extra colder than here in Gauteng. Let me say it like that. It's a little bit colder than normal. Then we have the strategic intent, the policy, the theories that we are working with. We're not going to have a lunch break, so I forgot to take this one out. Then we are also going to have a victim. We're going to talk about our victim support services facilities. We're going to talk about the registration, accreditation, the role and responsibilities, monitoring and evaluation, and then we will be finished. I know the training is from now till 2 o'clock. So we're going to see how fast we can do this. Not fast, but to ensure that we do not waste time. But please, I'm going to ask you to, if I'm saying something, please ask questions. If you want to get clarification, please give your comments, because that's the only way that all of us are growing and all of us are learning. So let us start now with the presentation.
Sorry, Griselda, just to jump in there. For everybody who has any concerns regarding load shedding or connectivity problems, the session is being recorded and will be shared to everybody. That's why we require email addresses in the chat box when you're doing your registration. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that, Melanie. Okay, so let me just quickly then go here again and see if it is working correctly. Let's see. Oh, kom nou. Daar's hy. Okay, can I just make sure everybody can see it?
We can see it. Thanks, Griselda.
Okay, wonderful. So the day's purpose is just to ensure to give you some training on the policy that is the psychosocial support policy that we are doing. And like I said, you are colleagues, you are stakeholders, you are part of the team that's working in the victim empowerment section, part of the team that is part of our national strategic plan. So all of us, especially when we look at the national strategic plan, it assists us to say, you know what, there need to be certain things in place. It assists us to say, we need to take accountability for what the services that we are rendering. And especially when it comes to accountability, one of the things is also to say, we need to look and see how can we reduce victimization? How can we reduce second victimization, traumatization? How can we make sure that the victim that is our, if I can put it like that, the end use of our product, that is psychosocial support services, that is sheltering, how can we ensure that our victim is getting the best service that is available? So this is also just for us to ensure that we are doing everything correctly and above standard. So when we look at the introduction, and one of the things, as you know, National Department of Social Development is the oversight, and we are responsible for policies for specific programs. So when we look at victim empowerment, we will be will be for policies that are relating to victim empowerment. So that's why the psychosocial support policy is part of it. The other policy that we are using and doing training on is the intersectorial shelter policy. I think many of you have known Anna, and she was the one that have assisted with that policy and have started with the policy and have started with the training. At this moment, Gogi, because Anna went on early retirement, so Gogi is taking over that part. So that is the other policy that we are using as well. So there's many policies that are coming up. There's many strategic things that are coming up, but that is our responsibility as the Department of Social Development to ensure where we see there's a need that we do have, that we are the ones who do the policy. So with every policy, just as a background, just to say to you that when we are developing any policy or any strategic plan, we will always involve all the different stakeholders. Because you that are working in victim empowerment know that when it comes to gender-based violence, it is just not one program. It's just not just one stakeholder that is involved. We have different stakeholders. We have Department of Health, we have SAPS, we have the MPA, we have DOJ, we have our civil society. So we have so many stakeholders when it comes to victim empowerment that if we do a policy, that we need to go to our different stakeholders and say, give us your inputs. That's the same when we are looking at the Victim Support Service Bill. You were invited to give your inputs to come forward. There was consultation workshops. There was the publication of the bill that you can give again inputs. So we can't do it and say from the DSD side that yes, a policy, you must implement it. We always have to work together with other stakeholders to ensure that the policy that we want to put in place have inputs from our different stakeholders. So when we look specifically at victim empowerment, it is actually very terrible to say it, that our core business is to give psychosocial services as DSD. But there was never a policy. There was never a framework, a guideline to say to us that this is the delivery, the guide to delivery of psychosocial services to victims of gender-based violence. So with this policy, we want to start to say, let us standardize, let us understand who can do psychosocial services. And if we look at psychosocial services, that is actually, it's a big spectrum. So you have from the beginning, if we look from the beginning, you have your containment, you have your trauma debriefing, you have your behavior change programs, you have your therapy, you have your counseling, you have, there's so many things that is part of our psychosocial services that we have to look and see who is responsible. Also, for our stakeholders to understand that what does psychosocial services mean? For SAPS to understand in their services, what does psychosocial services mean when they want to refer? If we look at our victim-friendly rooms, if we look at our shelters, where can they refer to for what services the client needs? So yes, there's a background of the policy that is, the policy consists of the following sections. I'm not going to go into that. I think one of the things that it is very disturbing when we look at stats, when we look at research that are being done. And if we look at the one research, it says that globally, 1 in every 3 females are experiencing abuse. So when we look at that, that doesn't mean that 1 in every 3 females is being raped. It says specifically abuse. It can mean emotional abuse. It can mean financial abuse. So if we look at that, if we just look at us that are here, I think Nana, we was like 25 people in this session. So even if we look at just the people that are here, and if we look at the contrast, it says like 8 of us have experienced abuse in some way or another. And that's what is also very terrible is that I said that there is approximately 160 million girls missing. Colleagues, if we look at that, if we look at South Africa is about 50 million. So it means that free South Africa, our country 3 times, so many girls are missing in the world. And I always say stats is stat, but we need to make it closer to us. We need to understand what it means. The other research revealed that 25% of women has encountered physical violence at some point in their lives. So a quarter of the women has encountered physical violence. That's also, it means that 1 out of 4 women has encountered physical violence. So we know when it comes to COVID-19, we know that suddenly the spotlight was, because suddenly our victims were was in the household with the abuser. So we saw that the stats went so high. We saw a lot of femicide that have happened, especially during the lockdown period. Even after that, with all the different stages, we saw how it skyrocketed. And then in November, it was declared, the 30 hotspots areas were declared by the president. He also declared GBV as a second pandemic. Many people are saying, you know what, it was the first pandemic. And I agree with that because it was always there. But during COVID, the spotlight was on that. Then also in 2018, it says that South Africa was declared one of the most violent places in the world with the highest murder rate outside of a war zone. So colleagues, when we look at that, we must understand that where there's a war, there's always death. There's always people that has died. But to be one of the most violent places outside of a war zone, just because of our murder rate. And we must remember we are a small country in connection with America that has millions and millions and millions of people. We are a small country in connection with China or those places that are big countries. So for us to be one of the most violent, if we look at the ratio of how many people are being killed in our country, it is alarming. Then also, one of the stats, you know what, I love to go through our stats with SAPS. So when we're going through all the 4 quarters of last year, it is alarming to see that our stats are climbing every quarter. And what is alarming to see is that when I saw it for the first quarter, I saw for the first year, 2022, 2023, that the third quarter, the stats were terribly high. So the third quarter is your quarter of October, November, December. The stats were so high for sexual assault, rape, for GBV-related cases. Then I went back a year for 2021, 2020, 2022. Again, the third quarter, the stats were again the highest of all the quarters. And now my brain is thinking to say, but why is that? Is it because in the third quarter we are doing 16 days of activism, that there is more highlight, that we are highlighting it, that people are maybe more coming to the SAPS to make reports? Or is it because also it's the holiday period? If we look at just December, and what is actually bad, I would love to see what is the stats just for December in relation to October to November. Is it because of December that is holiday that the people that more abuse is happening? What is the causes that is so high for that third quarter? If we look at our RAP just for the last financial year, in the third quarter, as well as in the fourth quarter, our stats for RAP was so high that it looked, the stats, if you go and you look at it, it tells a story that every 10 minutes a woman is being raped. So that means 6 women will be raped in an hour. And that for me is terrible. That for me is shocking. I must say women, it must be actually, I must say women and children that will be raped. It is shocking for me to see that stats. It's shocking for me to understand and to try to see what's going on. And the one thing that is saying to me that that has come out of this policy to say that, you know what, there's so many people that needs psychosocial services. And that was something that was highlighted during the NSP, that was highlighted during COVID, that there's such a demand for victims when it comes to psychosocial services, that needs therapy, that needs attention, that needs containment, that needs sheltering. There's so many people outside there that need the services. So I want to give now time, and the last stats that I just want to highlight again is to say, they said here, a national study conducted showed that a woman is killed by an intimate partner every 8 hours. So colleagues, if we look at that, it means that there is 3 women killed per day by the intimate partner. 3 women that are being killed by the intimate partner. Okay, I'm gonna stop here first. I just want to find out, is there any comments? Is there any questions so far before I continue?
Nothing, that's fine, the chat box, Griselda.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, because I have a tendency to go fast sometimes. So I don't want to, you must stop me as well if you feel like I'm going too fast. Okay, I'm not going to spend too much time on our legal framework because I feel like there's just certain things that I will highlight here. We know that we have one of the best constitutions in the world, especially when we look at chapter 2 that talks specifically to our rights, especially when it talks to our equity, our human dignity, our right to life, freedom, and security of the person. So many times I will ask here to say, do you feel free, colleagues? Now, my daughter started with university last year. And I was so afraid for her because you know what she's going to be. She's driving up and down. She's doing all of these things. So these days, there's a lot of different apps that you can get to assist and things like that. And we choose her app so that we can see where she is, if she's okay. Colleagues, I hear somebody in the background. Can you please just make sure that all of you are muted? I hear a man's voice in the background. Can you please just make sure you are muted?
Nothing. Esau, it's yourself. I keep muting you, but you keep unmuting yourself. Can you please remain muted? Esau, I've muted you again. Please, can you remain muted unless you have a question? You unmuted yourself again, Esau.
Okay.
Thanks,
So, colleagues,
Griselda.
now, oh, thank you so much, Melanie. So, colleagues, I want to ask you this question. And if we can maybe get just 1 or 2 people. I didn't feel free. She doesn't feel free. I'm worried about it the whole time. Even
So nothing.
if we are going to ask, if I'm going to ask you, will you allow your, let's say your teenage daughter to, or even your teenage daughter, your teenage boy, your small children to walk, let's say there's a shop like 500 or even a kilometer from your house, will you allow them to walk there during the day or even during the night on their own without you? Will you free? Do you feel secure that you will allow that your children can walk, that you will walk? Will you walk during the night alone? Can I get maybe 2 responses from you?
Cheryl has her hand up. And I see Cindy Siwe is unmuted as well.
Okay, please start.
Hello.
Yes.
Hi.
Hi.
Yes, it's Cindy Siwe.
Okay,
I-
so can I continue? This is Cheryl.
Yes, you can. Cheryl,
Okay,
you can
great
continue,
stuff.
please.
Brilliant. Okay, so one question and obviously an answer to you now. I don't allow both my daughter and my son to walk anywhere just based on paranoia, nor do I allow them to do sleepovers because I don't trust where they'll be sleeping. Yeah, and also myself. So I'm very cognizant of the places that I'm going to. I avoid parking in basements so that I can just be in the open where people are. Crime rate or crime stats has really just put panic into all of us, which is sad because then I can't let my kids be kids. But I know how cruel the world can be. It's not safe to go anywhere. You get killed going to the post office, coming back from school, anywhere. So, I mean, the paranoia is understandable. Also, just one last question. I mean, I wanted to ask at that point, but I just wanted to make sure that my stats are fine. You say that 3 women are killed in a country per day. And I'm trying to find out where that stats come from because I'm sure it is higher. Last year when I checked on the Outlier, which is the South African first data-driven publication, it was stated that 9 women are killed in South Africa per day. So I'm just not sure where that comes from. And also we need to be cognizant of the fact that these are stats of women that are reported because we do have women in rural areas where it's not a spade, where someone dies and it's not called gender-based violence. So where do we then leave that number, or how do we then tally that number in so that our stats are closer to being accurate? I'm sure it is higher than that in terms of women getting killed in our country per day. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Can we just get the next comment and then I will answer you?
Cheryl, please go ahead. Or that's Cheryl now. Sorry, Cindy, please go ahead.
Good day, everyone. Well, for me, my children, I have two daughters, 7 and 8. They don't go to the shops alone. They only have one house that I allow them to go to. They don't go play anywhere. They don't go for sleepovers. I personally transport them to and from work. So yeah, that's just basically it. And they have to be home by 5. And they just go to that one particular house that I've approved of them to go and play and come back by 4 o'clock at home. And it's just next door. So yeah, it's kind of crazy. I get so paranoid. Like just on Saturday, I found out that my cousin, because I wasn't home, she agreed for them to go with this other cousin of ours. I freaked out. I was actually asking her, whose kids did you give permission to? Are they your kids or are those my kids? So it's kind of crazy that we have to go to these extremes with the safety, with all the things that are going on in our country. Thank you.
Thank you for both of you. You know what, colleagues, it is. And I think we can see that we are all working in this environment because we are all paranoid and we are all extra strict with our children because we know what's happening. And I think that is not just us. We are more aware of it, but also if we look at our community, many of our community members are feeling the same, you know. They are afraid and they are thinking that how can we keep our children safe? How can we be safe? You know? So yes, that is just to say that if we look at freedom, we are saying, yes, we are free, but we are also not free because we are not allowing our children just to be, like you were saying, just to be kids, you know. We want to have like an investigation if they go to a friend. And I'm still, you know, and it's very hard for us to let go and to let people do things, our children. But that is one of the things, just to show that even, and it doesn't matter if it's a girl or a boy these days, with everyone, when it is your kids, you are overprotective. When it is my husband driving around, I'm afraid, because these days it doesn't matter anymore. To come back to the stats, I agree 100% with you that our stats are not correct. And I know that part of what is going to happen now, we will talk to it now too, with the Amendment Act that happened with the domestic violence. SAPs are changing their forms, if I can put it like that, to indicate if this is a gender-based violence case. So I think when it comes to that, even when it comes to the murders and damage to properties, all of the related cases, there's so many related cases when it comes to gender-based violence. I think hopefully when I know they started to implement it, hopefully we will start getting better, accurate stats. But like I was saying, this was a national study that was done, but it's a few years old. So yes, I think stats are not correct. Our stats are not showing the correct picture. Even if I say, I think that's why it's so terrible for me to say every 10 minutes, a female person are being raped. Because in my head, I know that is not correct. Because I know there is so many children, there's so many women that doesn't come to report, that are keeping quiet. So even that stats is not correct. We know that. We know that our stats relating crimes is not correct. So we are really hoping, Cheryl, I'm really hoping that we will start getting better stats from SAPS at this stage, and that we, you know, Pillar 6 talks about research, and I really hope that, I know one of the research that I said that we need to look and see how can we get better stats from different departments. Also, I know there's a lot of, part of it is the systems. Pillar 6 also talks to systems. And I know there's a lot of systems interlinking now, trying to start interlinking with one another between MPA, SAPS, DOJ, and DST, and all the different parts, to see if we can rather get a better picture of the stats and of the crimes that are coming forth. So I agree with you. I think even when you are saying 9 women are killed per day, I think there's a lot that are not done correctly. Like you're saying that they will just say murder. But because there was never on the SAPS form an indication to talk to gender-based violence, even an indication to talk to domestic violence or interpartner femicide, there was nothing like that. So hopefully now with the new forms, we will start getting a better picture. I hope I've answered you. Then I just want to highlight some of the things, colleagues. There's a lot of laws that we are using. You know, we are using the National Crime Prevention Strategy. We are using the Criminal Law Amendment Act, the Criminal Procedure Amendment Act again. And then I want to go to the Domestic Violence Act. So there's a part, it was amended, and then it was put into place last year. And now you will find you will see there's a directives that are coming out from Department of Justice. DST is a little bit behind, but we are almost finished with our directives after consultation that will also be put up for comments again. But I really want to encourage you to ensure that we look at the Domestic Violence Act and the things that were amended. One of the things is that I will be able now to get a protection order online, so that our victims doesn't have to stand in queues or go to the magistrate, just to get the temporary order. So where you as shelters are actually here very important. Because when a woman comes to you and she doesn't have a protection order, then you will be able to assist her online to receive a protection order. So that is one thing that I just want to highlight from my side. Then also when we look at the Sexual Offences Act, there's also amendments that was done there. And a thing that is coming out there is the intermediary services. And also the other thing that coming out there is specifically are persons with mental illness. And that's coming out in both the Domestic Violence Act and the Sexual Offences Act, that a special attention is given to them. With the intermediary service is also for our older persons. Previously, your intermediary service were only for people under the age of 18. So it was only for children. So when a child needs to testify, the prosecutor could ask for intermediary service to be done, but not for any other person. And it was also just relating to sexual offenses. But now the scope has changed. So now what is important here is to say that our older persons can now ask for intermediary service. So even our older persons that are being raped, our older persons that are being sexually abused, or even is in a domestic violence, can ask for intermediary service when they are testifying, as well as our children. So when we look at the court sees the domestic violence court as a civil court. So when the children needs to testify, normally in this court, they won't have the option. They didn't have the option previously to do it through an intermediary. Now it has changed. They do have the option. The other thing that I want to highlight is relating to our criminal law amendments that have been done. And the one thing that is very important here for me, I really want to encourage you to please go and look at the amendments. But the one thing that really stood out for me is that if the abuser are being arrested and the next day he is asking, I'm just going to give an example. The next day he is asking for bail. The woman can go to the court and say, please, we do not want him to get bail. And she can use WhatsApp messages. She can use a person, a neighbor that can come and testify why he mustn't get bail. So it doesn't need to be evidence in black and white. So she can say, this is my reasons. This is a case of domestic violence. This is what's happening. This magistrate, and that is what is very important here. If this magistrate is allowing the abuser to receive bail, the magistrate automatically needs to issue a protection order for the victim. So the person, if it is a domestic violence or any gender-based violence case, the magistrate automatically needs to issue a protection order for the victim if he is allowing bail for the abuser, for the perpetrator. As soon as the magistrate is allowing bail for the perpetrator, he needs to issue a protection order. And colleagues, many of, when the courts are working, many of even our prosecutors don't understand all of this, especially when it comes, because there's so many new things coming in. But that's where we can do advocacy. That's where we as organizations, we as social workers, we as social auxiliary workers, we as volunteers, we that are in this field can advocate for our clients to go to the prosecutor and say, please remember, this magistrate must issue a protection order automatically if he wants this perpetrator to go out on bail. So please, this is just one of the things that I want to highlight here. Then our victim support service bill, we are still working on it. It was gazetted, it was open for comments, the comments were received, and it's going back now to Parliament again. So hopefully they are really trying to push this through, that it will become an act and that it will be done before the new elections. Because the problem is, if you go into elections and a new administrative bodies there, then many times they will say you must start from scratch. So they are really working hard, our legal unit and us, to try to ensure that this bill becomes an act before end of March next year. Then I did talk about the shelter, the intersectorial shelter policy, and then all the other acts that we are using, the Children's Act, the Older Persons Act, the Child Justice Act, then also prevention and combating of trafficking, the act that, and then also, I don't know if you know, but the prevention and combating of hate crime and hate speech bill was also now gazetted for comments. I think the comments close here in May somewhere. I can't remember the exact date. So they are also trying to push that through to see what happened. And then all of us by now needs to know the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. So all of us, this is our, I want to say, like a Bible for us. That's how we are working. That's how we are doing our work. We are in line with it. And that is just another way to ensure that we are delivering a valuable and a good service. Is there any questions before I continue?
Nothing as yet, Griselda. Thank you. There was just a few comments on your previous one about the children, where you could have said, I don't allow my son to do that, and he knows. Women to women, my kids know that it's a rule that they don't go to the shops alone. Celine commented, my daughter called me the paranoid mom. Sikona, no, I wouldn't walk myself. My siblings know they never go anywhere without my parents or me. Tozama, I don't allow my children to go to the place that I'm not comfortable to, and no one is allowed to out of the house after sunset. Thanks. That's all that was in the comment.
Thank you. It just shows us that we do not feel comfortable. We do not feel safe. Even us as adults that are driving, we do not feel safe. So it's so scary to believe that even now where we are staying, our houses, our flats, our apartments, wherever we are, the first thing that we are looking at is the area. We are looking at how can we improve security at our home, because we want to feel safe somewhere. So yes, even, you know what, colleagues, just to give you, when we are traveling to different provinces, and it is so strange because even that you are in a hotel, you will lock everything. You won't go out, you know, you will stay there. And even I remember when we were in PE, they were saying to us, we were asking, we were asked, is it safe to do this? Is it safe to do this? And then the one lady said, please don't go and walk on the beach during the night. It is not safe for you to go there. So we said, no, we won't do that. You know, so it just shows us everywhere we are going, we are always assessing to see, is it safe? Not just for us, for everyone that we are with. Is it safe for us? Okay. I'm going to go now further to say, we know that this is a pandemic. I did talk about the high levels of GBV that has increased the demand for psychosocial services. And then we say the sector is unable to meet the demand, given that there is a lack of policy framework, result to poor quality service. There was non-standardization, there is inaccessibility, and there's a lack of monitoring. So with this policy is sitting institutional challenges causing victimization. So what we are saying is that there is challenges. So one of the challenges that is experiencing, and I'm going to go through them, and then I think afterwards you can tell me if you agree with these challenges and not. One of the challenges is the lack of training of officials in running psychosocial services. And for time being, I was very involved with our TCCs. When I was in Gauteng, the TCCs were part of my portfolio. And it was shocking for me to see how many social workers, I'm just talking about one group now here, don't feel comfortable to do therapy, to do counseling with victims, especially with children. They felt like they need extra training. And there's something that we have seen is that many of our social workers feel, but we don't want to do harm. We need extra training to help victims, because I want to say, in a way, when you're working with a victim of gender-based violence, it is a specialized field. It is like when you're working with a victim of human trafficking, it is a specialized field. So many people will say, but we need extra training. We need to know how to work to ensure that we do not do harm. Then there was also a lack of a national resource directory, that if a client is with you and this client is actually coming from another province or just another district, it was so hard just to find a place where you can refer, another organization that are doing counseling. You will struggle maybe for a day or 2 days just to find a place that is nearby for a client to go there. So with the National Resource Directory, it was one of the things that we look at to say, but this is something that is easy to do, that we can start doing it. The other thing is a lack of private, conductive, and comfortable places to do psychosocial services. So when we look at that, we must also remember, colleagues, it doesn't mean just to have a room. Many of us are sharing offices, but it also means the whole office. And I say, for a client, when they walk into your space, is that space a warm and friendly space? Is the first person that they see, it doesn't matter if it is the administrator or the house mother or a volunteer or an administrative officer, that first person that they see, is that person a warm and friendly person? Does that person make them feel comfortable, make them feel safe? So again, here comes into play that we will also need to ensure that our office space is a safe space for our victims. It doesn't matter if you have the nicest chairs or the best room with all the nice pictures on the wall and flowers, but your staff is cold. Your staff is victimizing the clients. Your staff is not friendly. Then it's not a conductive space for this client. So also ensure that your clients, when they're coming, many of us are looking always, when we look at persons with disabilities, our first thing is always to look at physical disability. If our space is good enough, can a person with a wheelchair come in? But do we look at other things? Do we look at the person that is blind? Do we have any documents in Braille? Do we look at the person that has a mental disability that is functioning on a lower level, or maybe has Tourette syndrome? Do our staff know how to handle a person like that? Because a person with Tourette syndrome doesn't have any other things, but they have involuntary spasms. The staff can think that this person is strange or difficult. Also, do all our spaces safe for all persons with disability, not just with a person that has a physical disability? So we must look at that as well. The next one talks to inadequate facilities and resources for service providers or officials to render effective psychosocial services. So here we are talking about things like landlines or telephones, computers. If I'm sitting with a client and I was saying now to you guys, you will need to be able to do the protection order online for your client if she doesn't have. Do you have internet access? With this, it's also like with this load shedding. We ask, do we have backup power? Can we prepare food? Do we have something simple like maybe just a gas stove that we can actually start still preparing food for our clients? I'm trying to look down things like specifically at the shelter. Do we have backup lights to deliver service to our clients? Oh, sorry. So that was one of the things that we said, you know what, that is one of the issues that people are saying to us, that they do not have all of these facilities, the resources that they need. Then the next one are looking at officials are unsupported by management and experience burnout due to the absence of EAP or health and wellness programs. And you know what? Many of our shelters, many of our NGOs do not have money to have an employer assistance program or a wellness program. And we really did see it during the COVID, that our social workers, our auxiliary workers, our house mothers, everybody was just burnt out. There was so much pressure on them. There was so much anxiety that I had to cope with, that it was too much for our people. So how can we ensure, now it's, how can we assure? And what was strange is I said, there's little things that we can do. We need to look at other things. We had a program now with our botanical gardens. And you know what, I said, you know what, that was so wonderful, just for the officials to go to the botanical gardens, to walk through there, to experience something wonderful, because every single day, all of you are experiencing, how can I say, the ugly, you know. We are our officials at our TCCs, our officials at our victim-friendly rooms, you that are in the shelters, every day you are experiencing, you are absorbing all of this clients, all of these victims' heartache, all of these victims that was so terrible for them. They are sharing this with you, and you are absorbing that. So you need to also find a place where you can release, if I can put it like that, where you can find some peace for yourself. And it can be anything. It can be reading, it can be walking, it can be exercising. It can be, I always say, you know what, you need to treat you at least once a month, even if it is paid with payday. You must put, even if it is 100 rand aside for you, just to do something. Even if it is just to go and grab a cup of coffee with a big slice of cake or whatever you like, and do something for yourself so that you can find some kind of peace. It doesn't matter what you are doing, because we can't rely always on our organizations, on our employers to help with that. Then we also have, we said, the lack of psychosocial service policy guidelines. There was nothing. The shortage of competent and adequate qualified staff. And here comes into play to say that we know that some of our staff members are not competent, you know. There was a shortage because, especially when we look at our field, and that if we look at social workers, let me just take one part, and we look at that to say, is our social workers that are coming out of university actually qualified, actually competent to handle all of the stress, all of the anxiety of a victim of gender-based violence? Because what happens, they come out and then I know we are giving them training, we are bombarding them to empower them to handle this. But some of them are not. And then some of them are so overwhelmed as well. So it's a double blade here. Then also one of the things that came out was to say, there's no after hour service. There's no weekend, public holiday. There's no service. So to try to work with that, we have our TCCs that are 24 hours. We have our victim-friendly rooms that are 24 hours. I know our shelters, the house mothers are 24 hours there. So, and also we have our gender-based violence command centers that are 24 hours service, 7 days a week. So that was a way to ensure that there's always service available for our victims. Then the other thing is inaccessibility of psychosocial services due to distance, and more especially in our rural areas. In Gauteng, we are very lucky. There's everywhere shelters. We have in all 4 regions, or all 5 regions, there is shelters. There's a lot of NGOs that are there. But then we go to provinces like the Northern Cape, like the Eastern Cape, some part of Western Cape, KZN. We have that you have to drive 200 km to get to a nearest shelter, or even maybe more. That not all districts, there's that even now in our country, not all districts have shelters. Not all districts have VAP organizations. So there's a lot, not every town in our country has access to services. So the clients needs to be moved. We are looking at that as one of them. Then the other thing is our foreign languages. And I know especially our shelters that are working with our human trafficking. Some of them are struggling because they can't do psychosocial support services because the victim in front of you are not talking any of the languages that you are talking. They may be talking Portuguese, they may be talking French, they may be talking any other language that you cannot communicate. So that's an issue. It makes it difficult. And many times it's not just our human trafficking clients, it is our domestic violence clients as well, our normal gender-based violence clients that are coming here from foreign countries, that are here, that are staying here, and they are being abused and they land up into your shelter. So that was one of the things. Then also the lack of involvement of participation by the victim in the healing process. So that's also part. We get clients that come in that doesn't want to form part of our processes, that doesn't want to form part of our therapy, that doesn't want to form part of our group sessions. With our organizations, we have clients that will come once and after that they don't want to come again. And the social worker are struggling to get them in. You in a shelter will maybe struggle for a client to open up that doesn't want to participate in the therapy sessions. And then we also have problems with poor management and follow-up supervised community and home-based care. We also have a problem with aftercare. What happens with the client when they leave the shelter? Maybe you will try, maybe there is a program in place to assist a client when they are out, that they will come back, that there will be some tracking will be done, that you as a social worker will follow up every few weeks to find out if the client is still okay, or maybe there is not. Maybe poor management means that your board of directors is not doing their job. They're supposed to be assisting you with fundraising. They are not doing fundraising. They are not managing the shelter correctly. Things are lacking. That is also poor management. We also know, especially in victim empowerment, that many of our organizations are small. So there is no supervisor. So you as a social worker are alone. You do not, the people that are management it's not social workers. So many times you will struggle because you don't get supervision. You are struggling with that. You don't get guidance. So that also make a gap that you as a social worker can actually do harm because you are stuck, because you don't have somebody to guide you. You don't have somebody to be there to say, look at this. And even now, you know, I've been a social worker for 26 years. Even now, I will go to one of my colleagues or to my supervisors to say, listen, just give an extra eye here. Because there's sometimes cases that you have no idea how to handle. You are stuck. So that is one of the things that are also one of our challenges that we have in this sector. I'm going to open up the floor. If there's any questions or any comments, Melanie, you can guide us with that, please.
Thanks, Griselda, and thanks for that session. That was really insightful. We had our first question was from Deline. Sorry, I'm just scanning to find it quickly. She asked, can we get a website or link for the online PO applications? Do you have one for them?
Sorry, I muted myself and then I was struggling. What I will do is, sorry, I will share the things that I received from Advocate Mapula with you. And I will also share the amendments of the acts. I was just thinking, oh yeah, then I can share it with you and then you can share with the group.
Perfect, that is great. Then from Portia, she commented here, yes, this is true. We ended up experiencing burnout due to the cases of trauma that we see every day. No support we get from the organizations. And then Euclid said, I have no questions and comments.
No, I have a question.
Oh, you have a question. Sorry, my
Yes.
apologies.
Sorry, I unmuted myself. I was waiting for permission.
No, sorry, that's perfect. You may go ahead.
With regards to our house mothers, like, would you guys be able to give them training with how to treat the clients, you know? Because sometimes I feel like they are hard on them, you know, and you'll try and speak to them about it. They listen, but I think they need training on how to treat clients that have been through a difficult time, because they don't come here also to be treated, you know, not in a nice way. They need to be treated delicately and stuff. I wanted to find out if maybe social development can try and do that.
Okay. You know what? We must remember that also relating to provinces. I can just give an example. I know some of the Gauteng had, like, I think 2 sessions with house mothers with different things. So one of the things that we were looking at, we call it client care, if we could put it like that, you know, to look and see how can we look at our house mothers also to ensure that they have extra training, because they are there 24/7. So I think that is one of the things, and even that's one of the gaps that is still there, is the training for specifically for our house mothers, and also not just our house mothers, even our admin staff.
Even the house managers, they are pretty tough also.
Yes, I think that is something, but we must also remember it is not just there's one of the things that DSD provincially can also address.
Okay.
So it is not just from national side that we are doing training. Our provincial offices are doing also a lot of training with specifically with their organizations that are in their field, in their provinces. So my suggestion will be to find out from our provincial offices what training do they do, because every year there's a specific thing that they are doing. Like maybe every year they will do, they have a specific target. So even with us, at the stage when I was at Gauteng, we said, okay, now we just want the house mothers and the admin staff, and we will just give them a general idea about what is gender-based violence. So we just do that with them. Then even LGBTI training, we did that with our admin staff, and if I can put it on non-professional staff, so that they also receive training. But I will say we really need to look at all the different provinces and what kind of training they are doing. But we know. So that can be, maybe we can look at that and put it as one of our targets that we need to look at. Because even with this training, when we are doing this training, this is open to everyone. So maybe we could look next year, every financial year, we look at something, but maybe that can be one of the things that we can highlight for our provinces from our side, to say, look at our non-professional staff, what training can be available for them.
Okay,
But thank you
so
for your
much.
comment.
Thank you.
Okay, then from the chat, Hayla said we have newly appointed house mothers and are also in need of training at Bethesda. And then Curious Future, sorry, I'm not sure what your name is. My concern is the support for the victim from DSD. We have instances where the client is not receiving support for up to 2 weeks and our shelter does not have an auxiliary social worker yet. And then Lisha, you have your hand raised.
Yes, thank you, Melanie. So I'm not too sure which shelter just spoke to Griselda a while ago. I'm not able to see, but from National Shelter Movement, we do offer what we call training for house mothers, looking at roles and responsibilities and empathy. We actually started this training because of the need that National Shelter Movement identified with the different shelters. So for the last 2 Indabas that we had these presentations specifically looking at house mothers or shelter staff, non-professional. So if you are able just to give Melanie your details, I am the National Shelter Movement rep for Gauteng, but we're able then just to liaise with you where to find this material, as it was recorded and is available on our website. If there is anybody that is interested in sharing that with the house mothers and management. Thank you, Melanie.
Oh, thank you so much. I wanted to say, yes, we mustn't forget, like, we are very grateful for our National Shelter Movement because they are really empowering our shelters and they are really giving support to the shelters. So, and I remember it with the last Indaba that there was specific training for the house mothers. So please, colleagues, please contact your reps or directly the National Shelter Movement when it comes into play with specific trainings, because maybe they have done it, like Siva say, it is recorded, and then you as your organization can sit down and you can listen to it and you can hear from it and you can learn from it. So that even with this training that she's recording now, please go back and share. I always say when you're attending trainings, we mustn't keep it for ourselves. We must please share it. We must share the information. Is there any other comments or questions? I'm just thinking, she was talking, there was a comment from support from DSD. Colleague, I just want to say to you, please, if you can, please send it to them for specific. You know what? It makes it difficult because you are from different provinces. So what I will do is I will share with Melanie our provincial coordinator's details with her, and then she can share it with you. My advice will be, if you have any difficulties regarding that DSD is not supporting you or not assisting you in any cases, please then contact your provincial coordinator. So like for in Gauteng, we have Tumi, that is a provincial coordinator for shelters. And so I will give that list through to Melanie as well, that she can share with you. Okay, but that will be my suggestion, is then for your Pacific province, please get that information through to the provincial coordinator, because she will be able to assist you then.
Thanks, Griselda. With regards to the house mothers training, thank you so much for that, Lisha. Yes, we do offer that, and Lisha will be able to assist you. However, I do require you to put it in your chat that you require the house mother training, including your email address. If I do not have an email address, I cannot send it through to you guys. Then to go back to the chats, Deline Roberts, I'm not a social worker and hear the need for supervision of social workers. In Western Cape, we have external supervision with FAMSA. I, however, have 25 years experience in NPO and agree that newly qualified social workers need much more experience to come into the VEP sector. She carries on to say that we find that there is a high turnover of social workers due to burnout. Then we have Matilda. Okay, so they're having a bit of connectivity issues because of load shedding. That's fine. The session is being recorded. Please, a reminder again, please register on the chat name, surname, organization, your designation, and your email address. That way we can have the recording sent to you. If I do not have the information, I cannot send it. There's some new chats. Let's see, Griselda. Okay, so there's just a few that's come in now asking for the house mother's training. That's perfect. Please, if you can all put it on, I will be getting access to the chat. So as soon as I have all the information, we will send out the training session to you. Thank you. Thanks, Griselda. That's all from the chat for now.
Okay, wonderful. Colleagues, I know I spent a lot of time. Some of the other things I won't spend so much time. But this is just to say, I think with this challenges, it came out specifically when we look at our NSP on GBVF, and we know, so we are from national side and from provincial side, we are really trying to ensure that some of these things that are here are being, that we are giving attention to it and that we're trying to resolve it. Especially when we look at resources, we know that there's a big gap. And even like when I'm saying here, even national, through the new thing that was done now was from lottery, that national has went to the lottery and said, please, can't you assist us? And then they put out a proposal that even for your shelters, I think it's still, it didn't close. So even with the shelters for, to improve your shelter, like with security wise, things like that, there is a lottery proposal that is out at this moment that haven't closed yet, that you can apply for it. It doesn't mean that you will get it, but National DSD is really trying to see how can we partner up with different sectors, how can we partner up with different funders, so that our NGOs can actually apply for funding for specific things. And one of the funding was relating to psychosocial services as well. So you will, if you can go to the lottery website and look for it, and then see there's different categories that you can go into. And I think that was shared even with NSM previously, and I do believe that I have shared it with you. Okay. Now, let's see. Now my thing, it seems like, what happened now? Now it seems like I'm stuck. Okay, let me just quickly stop sharing and go in again, because suddenly it seems like I'm stuck. Ugh. Ah, here it is. Okay. No, it doesn't want to. Okay, what? Let me just do it again. Sorry, I don't know what's going on now with this thing.
Technology. We'll blame it on the weather for today in Joburg.
Yeah, let's try it. They are like caught like us. Okay, let me just see if we can do this now. Oh. No, there. Sorry. Oh, no. I'm not sharing this. Are you sharing this or not?
No, I'm not.
Okay. You see, now I'm struggling. It's like they don't want me to share anymore. Okay. I'm trying now again, hopefully. Are you seeing it?
It's
now?
starting, yes. Okay, so it's showing as the actual presentation, not as the slideshow.
Okay, let me just see if they allow me now to. Okay, let's go there and let's try again now. Okay, let's last side. Good, we are going.
Perfect,
Okay.
perfect.
I'm just
Thank
going to do this part and then we're going to have like a 10-minute quick break. Okay, so if I look at, colleagues, when we look at victimization, and if we look at the effects of victimization and the needs of the victims. So I'm going to just highlight here to say that the victim that comes in to your offices, the victim that comes into your shelters, they have suffered emotionally and physical torture, extreme fear. They feel emotionally drained. They are experiencing vast emptiness. They have succumbed to a feeling of being a lesser human being, is reduced to an object of no value, has lost hope and a sense of self, is helpless, is left almost spiritually dead, lost the will to live, experience a loss of meaning of life, and experience a loss of trust. Now, colleagues here, if I want you, that's why I say always, and that's one of the things that is for me so important, is to say, treat first. It doesn't matter who that person is. It's first a human being. So we must always treat every person that walks into our shelter with respect and dignity. Because that person in front of you have experienced so much trauma, have experienced, she feels that she is worthless. She feels that nothing is good about her. She has been through so much abuse. And that can just be, it doesn't need to be physical. It can be emotional abuse. That the perpetrator have told her that you are nothing. You are worthless. You can't do anything correct. You are not a good mother. You are not a human being. You are just there. So please remember that when you look at this person that is sitting in front of you, that is coming in at night during the day, that is brought in maybe by the police, or that you have go and fetch, remember that. Don't expect this person now to start talking to you. Don't expect this person to be friendly. Don't expect this person not to be angry. She can be anything that she wants to be. She can be angry. She can be aggressive. She can be quiet. She can be withdrawn. So first off, when you see that first time that you see this person, this human being that is there in front of you, always remember that human being is a shell that you have to rebuild, because that is what we are doing with counseling. That is what we are doing with therapy. We are rebuilding this human being. And one of the biggest things that we are doing this is giving them control. So they also need some kind of control. If you look at the person that have been raped, and they have to go through the physical evidence taking, one of the first things that the doctor and nurses are doing is asking permission. And the reason why they are doing that is to try to give some kind of control for that person back, for that woman back, to say, now you can say yes or no, and we won't push you. They are asking permission, and it's the same with you. When you are working with this client, also when you start off, explain, try to understand. That's where empathy comes in. To understand you as a social worker, you as a psychologist, you as a psychiatrist, all of these different professions that are working with clients, they are teaching us. When you are a social worker, they are teaching you that you need to treat people with dignity. When you are a social auxiliary worker, they are teaching you the same. We have an ethics code that we need to comply by. And one of the ethics codes are saying, treat people with dignity, with humanity, treat them with respect. Don't put your beliefs, your religion, your norms, your standards on them. Don't rush them, because that is victimization. If you feel now, but you need to be going on, you can't be stuck here. You need to move to the next phase. No, it's not for you to do that. If you are doing that, you are harming your client. So please, I want you to remember, even if this is the only part that you remember of this training, I will be happy to remember that this person in front of you is a shell. That she is not a person that she was before the abuse. The abuse have broken her down. So please remember that. So when we are looking at re-victimization relating to this policy, we are saying minimize the problem of the victim through non-verbal cues, or judgmental, unsupportive, blame the victim and the use ineffective communication. You know what, colleagues, we really need to look, because maybe this victim has been neglected by the system. This victim feels that she went before, but nobody was listening. Now we are there, and we need to show her that we are listening. We need, the PSB wants to make sure that the negative attitudes, yes, we are people. We have terrible days sometimes. We have fights with our partners. We have fights with our children. And that is coming with us. When we are going into the shelter, our own problems are coming with us. But we need to learn, we need to ensure that we do not put this into them. If you are having a bad day, look, you know what, something that I do, I don't know if you guys know this guy, his name is Brent Leneke. He has this blog that talks about positive things in South Africa. So he will look at all the positive things that are happening. Many times I will look at one of his things. They say, be kind to yourself, be kind to others. He has so much positive things. So we will highlight things that was positive in South Africa. At this stage, I had, like, when I was working really every single day with clients, I had like a folder where I will put positive message for myself. So when I'm feeling down, I will open that folder, I will look at that folder, and I will say, okay, this is my way of making myself feel better. Because we need to understand that we are also just human beings. We are also people that can lash out. But you need to find a way to ensure that you do not lash out on your victims, that you do not put your problems on your victims. Your therapy sessions is there for your victims, is not for you. So try to find coping mechanisms, little things. You know, every one of us are different. Every one of us have things that we can do. So try, if you are religious and you are sitting in your office and you have your Bible with you, or any religious things that you have, do that. If that will help you to calm yourself down, to ensure that you will deliver a good service, and to ensure that you will not re-victimize the victim, then do that. But please, also, when we are looking judgmental, things like that, putting the blame on them, understand, many of us in the beginning, when I came in, it was very hard for me to understand why a woman can't leave her husband or a partner. I couldn't understand it, because I came from another thing where I was empowered by my father to say that you are independent, you can do anything. So he was a stunning support system. He helped me to grow as a human being. But many of them don't have that. Many of them didn't receive that. So we mustn't put that. It took me time to understand how the circle of violence was working. It took me time to understand what the victim is going through. So if you see there's a gap, colleagues, if you're honest, if you feel like I have a gap somewhere, go. The internet is stunning. There's so much videos that is out there. And just on YouTube alone, to give you a better understanding. There's so much research that are being done with different things. If you don't understand bipolar, if you do not understand depression, go and read, go and look, because that is self-empowerment. That makes sure that you will be able to empathize with your victim, that you will understand what she is going through. So that's also, that lies with you. And when it comes to our self-worth training or finding empowerment, don't just say, no, my NGO or DSD must do it. No, it's also your responsibility where you are to ensure that you are doing training, that you ensure that you are going through. You know what I was like, when was it now? Even now, there's certain things that I'm learning, certain things that I didn't know about. Certain organizations that is still out there that I don't know about. So there's so much information, but that is on our fingertips, that we must just please go out and learn about victimization. Go out and learn about your gaps. Identify what is your gaps, so that we do not do harm to our victims, that we see them as human beings. If you do not understand LGBTI, go and learn, read. One of the things that I will send you through is the guidelines for services to LGBTI. Read that. There's a lot of videos that is on YouTube that talks to LGBTIQ. Go look at that. You know, sometimes Fridays is a terrible day because, you know, especially the afternoons, get everybody together and say, you know what, for an hour, we're going to look at videos, or we're going to discuss something. And then it is the house mothers, it's everybody, the social worker, the social auxiliary worker, the house mother, whoever is there that's working there. Get everybody together and for an hour, share that with one another and talk about it. Learn from it, because re-victimization is happening in our shelters as well. We see it. I have seen it. So we need to look at that. We need to understand what is re-victimization. We need to understand how, just by the way that we are looking at the client, can make them feel victimized. So please understand that and try to do it better. Okay, colleagues, is there any questions regarding that or comments?
I'm just checking. Most of the people are responding towards the house mothers training and asking if they can get all the recordings. No other questions or comments at this time.
Okay. Colleagues, can I ask, I see it's now like 22:12. Can I ask that we quickly take a 10-minute break so you can quickly go and grab yourself a cup of coffee or go to the bathroom, and then 10 to 12, I will start again. Will that be fine, Melanie?
That's perfect. Thank you so much, Griselda.
Okay, so we quickly have a break, that we can just quickly get our body flowing up and down, like some blood, get some
Warm us
warmth
up.
to us. Okay,
Especially,
colleagues,
I don't know anyone else, but Joburg, we need to warm up.
yes, now we need to warm up here. I'm freezing.
Okay, I'm
Even
going
the
to
heater
stop.
doesn't help.
No, I've got the hand warmer and everything. Nothing is working today. I'm going to stop recording. Please remind me once we start the session again to switch it back on.
Okay.
In case I forget.
No, that's good. I will try to remember. I will put it down here.
Okay.
Okay.
Perfect.
Thank you, colleagues.
Okay.
Bye.
Thanks.
Okay. So I'm going to start now. So the first thing that we are looking now at is the rationale, the scope of this, when we are looking at the psychosocial support policy. So when we look at the rationale, it is explained using the Maslow heritage of needs. So when we look at that specifically, and I think all of us know it, some of us has maybe forgotten it. But one of the things that we look at, he was saying there's 3 basic needs. If I can, 3 levels of needs. So the first level will be your basic needs. That will be your need for shelter, your need for food, this is your basics to survive. Then your second one will be the need to have relationships, meaning the relationship between the parents and their child, the relationship between brothers and sisters, or brothers and brothers, sisters, your siblings, your relationship between husband and wife, your relationship between partner and partner, your relationship between, that is all your different relationships that you have there. So that is the second level. Then your third level will be your achievements. Né? So your achievements will be to say, I want to finish matric, or I want to get a degree, or I want to do the comrades, or whatever achievements you have, that will be your achievements. So what this is saying to...
Sorry, Griselda, to break your word. There's been 2 people asking about not being able to hear. We were on a tea break, Sarah, and the other person that's registered with a number. Are you able to hear us now?
Yes, I can be able to hear now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sorry,
Okay.
Griselda.
No, that's fine. So I was just thinking maybe it's me from my side as well. Okay.
No, thanks.
So what we have to look at this, why it is important to look at, is to say, when you are looking at your victim, when you are looking at your client that is sitting in front of you, this must be in the back of your head. Because you remember I was saying I struggle to understand why women can't leave a toxic relationship or leave the perpetrator or the abuser. And that is part of it. Because if you had a struggle growing up that there was not food every day in your house, but this person is providing for you food every single day, and it doesn't matter what this food is, it can just be bread every day, but there is food in your house. That is a need that's being filled. That is one of the things that this person is feeling, but you know what, I would rather take the abuse because I get food every day, or I have a place to stay, because we were moving around. Sometimes we were sleeping on the street. So you must also remember that if that person was struggling, if there was no relationship, a good, positive relationship. So here it comes also into play why it is so important that when our mothers with their children comes in, that we need to provide counseling services for the children as well. Because if I could never build a good relationship with my parents, or I could never build a good relationship with anyone because I was lacking, I don't understand how to do it, because I've never seen it done, because my mother and my father, they was in was abusive relationship, so I didn't see how a relationship is working. Then it's a need, because now suddenly this person is WhatsApping me 50 times a day. This person is phoning me. This person is there, but this person is also my abuser. But I believe that what this person is doing is love. So please understand that as well then. And achievements. Remember, we were saying previously that they will say, but you are good for nothing. You are useless. So even if I was sitting there and they can say, you know what, you didn't even finish school. Maybe me not finishing school was because of circumstances, was not because that I can't. It was because of circumstances that forced me not to finish school. It was because of circumstances. How many children out there do have the capacity to go to university, but because of funds they are not able to do? It's circumstances. Or you are pushed in a thing that you cannot even achieve anything. That is part that they will use. So when we are working with the client, we have to look and see if all the 3 levels of needs, according to Maslow, have been filled. So you will start with the first thing. In a shelter, you are providing food. You are providing shelter. Now the next one will be to learn about good relationships. Has that been done? Does you understand? So that can be form part of your individual plan that you have with your client. So that is in the back that we must understand. We must also do, that's why we need to work it into our individual plan for our clients. The second thing that we look at now is the scope. And that was to provide a framework for promoting and upholding the rights of the victims. And also this framework to guide and inform the provision of integrated and multidisciplinary services aimed at effective and efficient addressing the diverse needs of the victims. Now I want to come here to say, please don't be afraid to refer clients. You know what is, we have psychologists that are there that will work on a different level that we as social workers are working. We have psychiatrists that are there that will work on a different level that we are working. So refer. Maybe your client is also having an addiction problem. Refer to a rehabilitation center. Refer to a colleague that's working with substance abuse. Your client, maybe you are not doing any anger management program, but the organization are running anger management program. Refer. So you as a social worker, and that's what I always want to say, is that you as a social worker that's in the shelter do not need to do everything for this client. Because you are not a specialist in everything. I'm not a specialist in psychiatry. I can maybe see that this client, I can pick up and say, you know what, this client has signs of depression, but I can't write a prescription. That's why we will go to the psychiatrist to say, please, you need to look and see, does this client have depression or not? Because the psychiatrist is the only person that will be able to classify and to say, yes, this client has depression. Yes, this client has bipolar. And the psychiatrist will be able to give the medication relating to that, because that is not our field. So we must also remember what we are able to do. And then we must draw the people in from the other side. A client that has physical problems, go to the doctors. We have doctors there. Use our Department of Health that they assist you. It doesn't mean that you are not good or that you're not doing anything. It is real. That's why we're talking about a multidisciplinary service, because that is all the other professions that will be able to assist you, that will be able to do that. Then I think there's something wrong with my thing. From my side, I think, there we go. Okay. So also, okay, is there any questions before I go to the vision and the objectives of this policy relating to what I just discussed now?
Okay, so I've got one from Rose. She says, this is why it is imperative that government put the issue of second and third stage housing attached to sheltering services on the table. Many women are forced to go back to the perpetrator due to homelessness and the fact that shelter life is not very conducive for children.
Yes, I know even with colleagues, even with the presidential summit, second stage housing was one of the challenges. And as far as we know, for DSD at this moment, and I must be honest with you, for national DSD at this moment, the first thing that we are looking now at is to ensure that there's at least one shelter in every district. Then the second phase will be to look at second stage housing. But we can't, I will also say, I know like some provinces are already looking at second stage housing, but there's one of the things that are lacking. And we know this is one of the reasons why people will come back, will go back to the perpetrator. And even sometimes they won't be able even to feel comfortable going to the families. They won't feel comfortable going to any one of them to assist them. And yes, shelter life, and I think that's why shelters is not supposed to be, it's there to build up the client, but a client is not supposed to be in a shelter for year in, year out. A client is not supposed to be there even for, we always say 6 months, and we know some clients takes longer, and because some cases takes longer as well. But we know a client is not supposed to be there forever because of the children and things like that. But yes, I agree with you. Second stage housing is one of the challenges that we are looking at this moment as well. Anything else?
Nothing in the chat. If anyone else wants to come online and unmute themselves. No, I think that's it, Griselda.
Okay. Colleagues, I'm just going to go quickly through here. So the vision of this is for women and children in a vulnerable through gender-based violence experience psychosocial well-being and healing from the response care and support system of social development sector. So I'm bringing you back to our NSP, decide that the shelter falls under Pillar 4 that talks to response care and healing, support and healing. So that's why the policy is also part of Pillar 4, that we can look at that. So some of the objectives is, the main objectives will always be to say, to describe the concept and use in relation to psychosocial services. And then I'm not going to go. We must also remember the one thing that is very important is to say that we must look at the theory of change. And what I want to talk about this is to say, if you are working with victims and if we are all doing things and the way that we are doing, we are seeing that this is not working. We must allow that things, we must learn new techniques. We must learn and say, you know what, this is not working. Let's take for prevention. This is not working for prevention. We must look at something new. And I always say, I get so irritated when I go to Women's Month is around the corner. So then you have all of these wonderful events that's happening all over the country. And then you have 6 to 8 speakers that's there on top talking. And then even me get bored. After the second speaker has talked, I'm like, okay, I'm not listening anymore. And the people that are there are feeling the same because I'm sitting there and I'm like, you know what, this is boring. So what are we doing? How are we doing things? Because even US shelters are doing prevention work. You have counseling. I know there is different therapies that you are using. So what we're looking at is that we must allow and be guided to change within the social development sector. We must change our approach when we are looking at victim empowerment. And that have happened already again. And previously we were focusing just on women. And then we saw that it's not working. Then we said, you know what, we have to start working with the perpetrators. So then we started to have organizations that are working with men and boys. Now again, first there was just shelters for women. Now there's shelters for men. And because we have seen, but you know what, there's even men that are being abused by women. So there's a lot of change that's happening, but we must allow it. We must look and see. And I always say here, do you allow your clients to give you evaluations? You know what, if you go to a hospital and you left, they will always ask you to fill in an evaluation form. And they will say, how was our services? How was this? How was this? Do we do this as a shelter? When our client is leaving, do we give them opportunity to guide us? Like when we are doing training, we are guiding by the evaluation forms that are coming back to say, you talk too much, Griselda, and you are, or this and this. Do we allow this to happen in our shelters? Because how can we do changes in a shelter if we do not know what is wrong? So we must allow that evaluation must be done, even if it is done anonymously. Even if you have, I know many of the shelters have, what do you call it, that book, where they can write a suggestion book for things that can be done. But we need to make sure that even the shelter is a safe space where our clients can say, but you know what, we need this. And even when you are working, you must evaluate your client. If you have done 3 sessions with your clients and you are doing the same therapy, the therapy techniques that you have used, and you see your client is still where she is, go and reassess and say, maybe I must use another approach. So we must also look. That's why I say go and find out what is the newest research out there, because that will guide us in the processes so that we can change for how we are delivering services. So also here, what is that? Because it also described a cluster of services rendered for the protection, care, support of victims. So remember I said in the beginning, what is all the different services that we are doing? It also described the future of a victim who has received satisfying psychosocial services. In the end of the day, when your victim walks out of this, or out of the shelter, or out of your NGO, or wherever the victim is walking out of, this victim must walk out with a smile on her face. She mustn't feel like I'm not coming back there. She must still, even if it was traumatizing for her, for the therapy that she has done, she must still feel I want to come back because I need this. So we need to look and see, how are we delivering the services? It comes back to you as the service deliverer. How are you doing this? How are you bringing over the server? I can be, and all of us have different things that we are good with, and you get stuck sometimes. You know, so we as social workers get stuck with the techniques that we are using. You felt good with one technique, and then you get stuck there, and you are like just using this. But we must open ourselves up to say, but we need to change as well. We need to change with the times. Like when we start changing with the times with Zoom because of COVID, suddenly we had to start doing this. Now we are doing trainings. 4 years back, we wouldn't have done this at all. We would have been in a venue. We wouldn't have used this to do training. 4 years ago, we wouldn't have used Zoom or Teams to do counseling, but we were forced to. Now, many people are still using it because it's easier for them. So there's a lot of things. Even if you look at the Gender-Based Violence Command Center that is now 10 years old, when that was introduced, it was something new for social workers, just to do counseling over a phone. So we need to, because that was a way to ensure that victims can get access to services, even if the nearest NGO is 300 km from them, through a phone, they will be able to get access to services. So we need to look at our landscape that we are working in and see that we are changing with the times. Okay, so what is the purpose here? Why are we having this policy? So that is to show you, I'm just going to put the first one to say, this framework to guide the various designated stakeholders who provide psychosocial services to, and develop a common understanding of the meaning of the following terms. So what we are saying, all the different stakeholders, we must understand the same. If I'm talking about victimization as a social worker in DSD, then the psychiatrist must understand it the same. Then SAPs must understand it the same. Then the traditional healer must understand what is victimization. If I talk about re-victimization, all of us must understand it the same. The nature of psychosocial services, the right-based approach to service delivery, determinants of psychosocial well-being. All of us must understand what does it mean for all of us. The victims should therefore experience the service as an enabler that empowers them with abilities to heal and to experience psychosocial well-being. So remember when I was saying the victim must feel, this is doing something for me. I'm feeling better. I feel something is happening. So she must experience the psychosocial well-being. So that's why we also, I remember even with the last year with the presidential summit, they were saying, but what does healing mean? You are talking about response, support, care, and healing. But what does healing mean? Because healing in the end is always to say that this victim has been healed. This victim feels that she is okay, that she can continue. But do we actually bring the victim till that healing point? Or do we just start and stop at a certain time and say, okay, but she's coping now? Do we take it to the end? So we need to understand that. So you say here, the survivor should experience and feel that their basic needs for security, love, belonging, self-esteem, refer in a Maslow framework of varieties of needs are being fulfilled. So that is the end result. They must feel that. They must feel that I plan to give strategic direction on the development of governance and accounting structure. So here is also to say, but what is our governance and accounting structure? So me as a social worker, it talks here now to our councils. So me as a social worker needs to be registered at the Council for Cycles Office for Social Workers. That is my governing body. If I'm not registered there, I cannot do any therapy, I cannot work, nothing. If I'm registered there and a client is upset with me, they can go to the council, they can say, Griselda didn't do right, and they can open a case against me. And the council will investigate. So what we are saying is, who is there for all these different people that are delivering services? Because we have traditional leaders, we have traditional healers, we have counselors, we have all of these different people that are in our field. And we are saying, but who is looking? Who is accountable for all of these people that are saying, but we are doing counseling? And colleagues, it's like, I don't know, many years back with HIV, you would have seen that suddenly there is like so many organizations that are working with HIV/AIDS. Now, because it has started to happen from 2020, we have seen suddenly there's so many organizations that wants to get funding because they are working in the field of VEP. And we are scared because the thing is that there's so many organizations that are just popping up and saying, but we can do this, we can do this, we can do this. And who is protecting this client? Who is protecting the victim? So that's when we look at the accounting structures that is there. So, and also it will clarify sector-specific roles and responsibilities, as well as accreditation of the psychosocial service providers. So when we're looking at accreditation, it also goes hand in hand with our VIS bill that says that programs needs to be accredited, that shelters needs to be accredited, that we say now we want. So it's like with our children in conflict with the law. So any program, if I want to deliver a program for children in conflict with the law, I need to be accredited as a service provider. My programs need to be accredited. And with the VIS bill, we are saying the same. We say this is a way of us ensuring that we can protect our victims. So that's where the accreditation comes in. Also, the accreditation comes in as soon as I'm registered at the council, then I'm accredited at that council, meaning that I have done all the necessary degree or courses or whatever is necessary for this council to allow me to deliver a certain kind of service. So that's where this comes in as well. So is it okay if I continue? After this, I will write them quickly. So when we look at our target group for our psychosocial support policy, our target group is women, is a girl child, is men and boys, is older persons, is persons with disability, is LGBTIQA+, and is victims of trafficking. So this is our main focus group. So if you even look, if you look at you at a shelter, this is the people that are in your shelters. All of them that are here are the people that are in your shelters. This is our vulnerable group that we are looking at. Okay, I'm going to stop here quickly before we go into the guiding principles. Is there any questions, any comments?
Okay, from Eucharist, they said, I think letting a client live in a shelter for more than 6 months is not helping them. We need to empower them to be on their own and independent. Then Sheila commented, we have evaluation questions on our exit forms, which clients complete upon exit. Once completed, we have an exit interview with a client to see where we can improve or where changes need to be made if necessary. And then Deline said we have monthly evaluation forms. There's no other comments there.
Hello, I have a comment.
Yes, thank
Can
you.
you hear me,
Rose?
Griselda? Okay, so Griselda, I am not attacking, I'm just venting. So, you know, for me, I'm getting very, very frustrated when it comes to government and how this services to our victims. I can hear by your presentation that you are very passionate about victims and how they are being treated. But for me, you know, I'm frustrated with the fact that this thing has been called a pandemic like 2 years back, and we are now at a policy stage. And for me, you know, I'm of the opinion that a policy can be written within a month. So I'm doubting at this point the seriousness and the urgency with what DSD specifically is how they are handling this phenomena. My reason being for this is, as much as a lady is in the shelter and you do all the therapeutic work, and then you get your DSD that does not provide the shelter with a subsidy for 3 months. So, you know, what I'm saying is that relates to me to secondary victimization, because how the hell are we supposed to feed this woman? Then the other point that I want to make is what I've recently discovered is that your outcome of your therapeutic services to these women depends on how fast this lady is seeking help. Because my experience is that women that comes to the shelter after they have been in abusive relationships for more than 5 years, it gets very, very difficult, you know, to unravel that, in the sense that I can be on my own, I can be my whole person. And when it comes to that, when the women, those ladies after 5 years, they are addicts already. Whether it be drugs, whether it be alcohol, and then we are not in a position to access, you know, rehabilitation for these women, because, you know, as much as you say that there's a lack of shelters, there's also a lack of rehabilitation centers in a lot of the provinces that is easily accessible. The other problem is also then the accessibility of psychological services. Yeah, basically that's my point. And then I have this challenge where national, when national presents something, you can see they think they see this thing in a holistic way. But when it comes down to the provinces, that's a whole different story. Provinces they don't appear to regard you know, funding to organizations with a holistic picture in mind, in terms of, it's just a matter of, okay, let's see how we can divide this money between these 3 organizations or 4 organizations or however many. It's not with service delivery and a specific outcome in mind.
Okay, thank you so much, and that's fine. It is, I understand your frustrations, I really do. Our organizations, you know, I've done so many visits to different organizations in the past many years. But yes, and I know that you guys, I know this, I was actually here when you were talking about the funding for 3 months. I'm like, yes, I know, because there's always funding issues for April, May, and June. And if you're lucky, you're getting in July. I know that. And I agree 100% that it is it's not supposed to be like that. It's not supposed to be, you're supposed to get your funding from April. And I agree 100% with you. And that is something that is been attended to. every year it's there. And even when I was in Gauteng, our NPO sector was saying, but why is this? What is happening? Why is this always an issue? Why is this always a struggle to give the money out on time to our different NGOs? And it's not just VP, it's all NGOs. So I agree with you with that one. And I agree with you that when we are looking, and we are always saying, yes, the cake is only so big. So we are looking, we really hope, so that's what we are trying to do now, even through different partners like lottery, like global funding, even through what was SANAC. There's so different partners that Natural's trying to see where we can, like HWCTA, where there's extra funding available that we can try, even, and then Natural don't get the funding. You must always remember that we don't get the funding because we are not allowed to get it. But then we will say, okay, put out a proposal or get the implementing partner to do this and this and this for us, you know. So we are really trying to look and see where's other resources for funding to assist, because we know there is not enough funding. We know that there is not enough funding from government to share with all of the different government departments. And I always say, people think we hear, oh, social development is getting so many billions. But colleagues, I must be honest with you, 90% of that money goes to SASSA. We're only getting a small piece of that pie that will be shared with all 9 provinces, with national, for all the different programs that are running. So it is not just, that's why we always try to see, and I understand your frustration when it comes to that. And that's why I always say also is that please look at your different stakeholders that are there, your different NGOs. Even if it comes to play with children, build relationships. There's one thing that I have seen in my career is that you really need to build relationship with different stakeholders. If you have, till now, I can phone certain people and say, please assist me. And I know they can phone me and I will assist them. Because we have that working relationship. So in your area where you are, look and see how you can build relationships with the other organization, not just with VP organization, with your child and family organizations, with your older persons organizations, to assist you so that you will be able to refer clients, so you can be able to refer children to other organizations to assist them with counseling. Because you do not have the manpower to do all of the things. I mean, we know that. So I understand, and it's fine. You can vent, it's fine. But in the end of the day, we must always try and see what can we do with what we have. How can we ensure that with whatever we have, we can give a service? And I think many times, and me as I also am an old social worker, I really feel that sometimes our social workers forget that I can do certain things. They forget that I can do therapy. They forget that I can do counseling. It is so much easier just to refer, or it's so much easier just to be like an administrator. They don't use the things. The next thing that we're going to talk about is the different theories. And you know what I've seen over the past year, just to come back to say this policy was done in 2021 already. So 2021, they started with training. And last year they did the training. I started with the training from September with this. So, but before me, other people did the training. So, but what I have seen is that people forget that they can do certain things. They forget that they can actually do therapy. That there is actually, like I'm looking now at the guiding principles of service delivery. And then the different theories that are there. It seems like our social workers are forgetting that I have it because I have learned it before. And what I've seen in the different provinces, many times when we talk about the theories, the people don't understand, they don't know the fairies. They have forgotten them. And that's why I always say, please go and learn again. Take out your books, go back, because you can do that. So I know I didn't answer you then fully. I know that, and I know that I can't. I must be honest with you. I will not be able to give you an answer. I will not be able to give you a clear-cut solution and to make promises, because I'm not in that position to do that. So I'm begging to say, you know what, please try and see what is there. Try and work with your victim empowerment forums. That is on district level, that is on provincial level. Also, I know NSM is part of our, the national structure. That is the where all civil societies. I forgot now the name, Melanie, but yeah, I know they are part of that structure as well. So that is a way to ensure that even national, when they give their information, because that structure are representative in the national VEP forum, and they will be able to give through these challenges. They will, even if it is the same challenges over and over and over, it brings it into play to say, you know what, we need to listen. We need for the higher people, if I can put it like that, to say that we need to give attention. The reason why shelters need to be in every district is that it's part of our minister's portfolio now. And she needs to give feedback to the president every quarter on how far we are. And that was because of civil society, our victims, everybody say, but we do not have shelters everywhere. So sometimes, at least now, we have the political, well, I can say encouragement that I want to try to do something. They are there. There's certain things that are through the NSP that are now saying to them, you need to provide a certain service. And they need all stakeholders need to give feedback. And I think also what we have seen with the Presidential Summit, that makes us accountable. All of us makes us accountable for what we are doing. And for that, I'm very grateful, because I think there was a long time that people were not accountable for what they were doing. And they just did nothing, or they just do some kind of service. But even with this policy, we are trying to say, let us be accountable for a service that we are delivering to our clients, to our victims. Now I'm going to stop preaching, and I'm going to go into the guiding principles on service delivery to victims of GBV. So all of us know a victim-centered approach. Né? That's when we look at the victim and we say, what is your needs? How can we look at the victims, what the victim have strength, what can we work on, what is the challenges of the victim. So we look at the victim-centered approach. And you know what, just to come back to say, I haven't seen, and I have done so many case orders in my life, and I think I can count on one hand where I saw an individual plan for a client. And colleagues, you are learning this. When you're doing social work, I think even when you are doing, I know we have students here that are doing psychology, is that you are learning that you need to do a plan, an individual plan for each client. I do not see that. And I can say that with honesty, that of all the times that I have done case audits, or where I have done DQAs, development assessments, it is really scary to see that people are not planning for the sessions. So I'm going back here to say, you need to start planning for your sessions, because otherwise you won't help your client. If I quickly scribble things down before the client walks in because I forgot, oh yes, I have this appointment, that's not planning. You have to do proper planning. You have to do an individual development plan for each client that is in your shelter. And not just for the client, for even with the children, even if you're not doing it, if the plan is to refer the client, then you need to the child to a child line or CMO, whoever, then you need to get feedback to find out how is this child doing. You need to have an individual development plan for each of these clients. The next one is talking about a human right-based approach. So that talks about what is the rights. So if I don't gonna ask you, but do you know the rights that each person have, your human rights? Do you know the Victims' Charter? The 7 rights of the Victims' Charter. Will you be able to explain the 7 rights of the Victims' Charter to your victim? Because you must know them and you must be able to explain it to them so they can use it and that you can use it. Then the third one talks to do no harm. And that comes back to victimization. It comes to re-victimization or secondary victimization. So to say that am I sure that I'm checking myself, that I'm not doing harm. The other one talks about safety and confidentiality. Are we sure that all our non-professional people have signed a confidentiality clause? From your cleaner, your security guard, everyone that's there, do they sign confidentiality clauses? Because that is part. A client can come in from, especially where you are maybe in Welkom and there's only one shelter in Welkom. And now the security guard knows this person that's walking into the shelter. And the security guard will go and talk. Because it doesn't mean just social workers. It means everyone that is in your shelter that's working there needs to sign it. Then also family community center approach. So here we are saying that the client is part of a family. The client is part of a community. Family can be direct family and it can be indirect family. It can be extended family. Do we understand where this woman is fitting into a family? Do we understand where this woman is fitting into a community? What community institutions can we use to help this woman when she goes back? How can? So you need to understand where she's coming from. You need to understand what does this community do. It also talks to, have we provided information to this community talking about gender-based violence? Do the community understand what gender-based violence is? Okay, the other one is age sensitive and best interest of the child. So when I'm working with a teenager, yes, I can talk. No? When I'm working with a 5-year-old, I can't sit with a 5-year-old and have a conversation. I need to use different techniques like play therapy. And play therapy can be drawing, it can be dolls, it can be building, it can be pictures. There's a lot of other techniques that we can use when we are working. So it talks about that we need to talk to the person on the level. And here it comes into also, if you're working with a woman that is illiterate, that doesn't maybe have the same attitude of intelligence, that maybe have a mental disability that she's not functioning. She's 35 years old, but she's maybe functioning on the level of a 16-year-old. I must talk to her regarding the age that she is functioning on, not the ages on the paper. And we must also remember that when it comes into play. Then also collaboration with other service providers. I've talked to this already. Empathy. I've talked to this already. Oh, I've seen somebody's doing things for me. Cultural sensitivity. Colleagues, we need to understand, and I can say that we need to understand cultural sensitivity. If you are working, and I was one of those people, when I started to work the first time in my life as a social worker, I was working in Katlehong and Zonke Siswe and Tokosa. That was my area. So you have seen that I'm a stunning white lady. So I didn't speak Zulu, I didn't speak Xhosa, I didn't understand the culture, nothing. And I struggled. So I went to my supervisor and I said to my supervisor, you know what? I've done so many mistakes because the people got angry with me because I didn't understand. And I said to her, you know, Maslami, what does this mean? What does this mean? And she took me through and she helped me and she guided me. But you must understand that. You must understand certain things. Even if you do not agree with it. There was a situation where I went from there to Pretoria. And then I had a situation where clients come in. And a man came in and he was sitting on the chair and the woman came in and she was sitting on the ground. And I look at her, I said, no, come, you can sit on the chair. And she didn't look at me, she didn't talk to me. And I was like blown away. And then suddenly I decided, you know what, just leave it, this sport. And afterwards I learned, yes, culture. So you can't enforce. Remember what I was saying, that we can't enforce our culture, our norms and standards on our victims. And that comes into play when we look at culture sensitivity. And then we must also look at development, implementation, monitoring and evaluation of the GBV programs. So when we are implementing and developing, we must always monitor the process. We must always do evaluation to see if we are still on the right track. Are we not doing something wrong? Are we not missing something up? Is there a better way to work with it? Is there maybe a better way that we can look? So there's so many programs out there. Many times, don't go and do a new program. Go first look how many programs are there that I can use. Maybe some of the programs that are there, I can use in my own organization. I can use it when I'm doing prevention work. I can use it when I'm doing group work at the schools. I can use it when I'm doing outreaches. So look what is there. It doesn't mean that you need to reinvent the wheel every single time. Okay. Any questions or remarks?
Okay, just checking the chat quickly. So where did I stop here? Sorry, it's just gone very small. Okay, so Purka said we make sure that we do the follow-ups with our clients, leave the shelter just to give them support. Most of them do need support. Just checking to see if there's anything after. Sorry, my screen is just freezing.
No, that's fine.
Yeah, okay, so that looked like that was the last comment. Then, sorry, just to be a broken record again, everybody please register on the chat, name, surname, organization, and email address. The session is being recorded and we'd like to send the recording out to everybody. So I need your email addresses, as well as that Lisha did mention earlier, there's a house mothers training. If you need the training, please let me know in a chat. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so now remember I talk about therapeutic techniques. So here's just a few of it that we are using. And there's all of this in that policy that you are receiving. You can go back there and you will find it in depth where it's talking to it. So one of it is talking about the motivation interviewing. That will talk about the addressing the client's lack of confidence and dealing with anxiety. So colleagues, I'm not going to go into it because I feel like most of us are social workers. So and I'm just going to put it out here now again to say, remember, it's only our social workers in our shelters or when you are registered as a psychiatrist, or when you are registered as a psychologist, or when you have done, we will go to this is the last part, that you can do therapy. Our social workers cannot do therapy. Our volunteers cannot do therapy. Our SAPS officials cannot do therapy. So for me, this is what you as a social worker are supposed to know So I'm not going to go into it as well. Then we are looking at the systems of theory of social work. That is the one that we are looking holistically at the client and the conditions and the environment, that we are saying our client part is part of different systems. We are looking at play therapy, and I know many of us did it. Play therapy is also a specialized area. So that's why I say sometimes it's better to refer a child to a person that has done play therapy that will be able to assist. Then we are looking again at person-central communication that will focus on the victim and what they can do and not their condition or disability. So please remember here, especially, it doesn't mean here, I'm just going to give that we are looking here at the strength. So I'm going to go back to say our individual development plan. We're looking at our strength of our victim and how we can use our strength of our victim to help them with the healing process. Again, the eco strength, look into victims' personality, their attitudes or behavior. So even here we are looking at that. Cognitive behavior therapy, it helps the victim to guard against negative thoughts and replace with positive thoughts. So what is important here is to remember that, like the lady was saying, this victim was maybe in an abusive relationship for 5 years. So for 5 years, maybe she have heard that she is worthless. So the thoughts that she has is that I'm worthless. I can't do anything right. So you need to start replacing it with positive thoughts. So that's part of the cognitive behavior, to say, but you are not worthless. You are stunning. You are a human being. So that's part of the therapy that you're using. Humanistic therapy focus and help with identification of inborn strength and capitalizing of uniqueness. So here you will say, what is unique about you? What stands out for you? And that part of the process, remember, this is a journey that we are taking the client on. It's a journey of healing. So that will, the client will help the client. You are the one that is steering the client for her to find the answers. Psychological orientation therapy related to the person-centered in many aspects. Process-oriented psychology helps victims with personal awareness and management of interpersonal conflicts. And therapeutic meditation, it leads victims from emotional distress to emotional relief. So this is just some of the theories that we are using. Many times you will use some of them together. Many times you will move from one to another one. And that's why your plan is so important. Because even in your plan, you will say, I'm going to use, today I need to start using the motivational interview therapy. We're going to talk with my client regarding her anxieties. And how can we change? We're going to couple it with cognitive behavior therapy. So that's part of your planning that you are doing before the client even sits in front of you. Remember, you have your plan for a client that you see. The client will also have her plan. Decide, this is where I want to go. This is where I want to be. And we are using these theories to help the client to get to the healing point. Okay, so before we go to facilities, is there any questions or any comments? Okay.
I'm going through it, Griselda. People are just asking for the presentation. I did send it previously, but I will resend again when I get the recording.
Okay, wonderful. Because I'm not going to go to the different, I think all of you know the different facilities that is out there. You know, the shelters, the Kusaleka one-stop centers, the safe houses, your crisis centers, and your Tutuzela care centers. Like I said, I will send Melanie the National Resource Directory as well. And then also just remember that there is also, we have our victim-friendly rooms, we have our NGOs that are just delivering services as well. We have our men's and boys organizations as well. And then we are just going to, I did highlight the services to children in shelters to say that we know our shelters mainly focus on women and children. But we must also remember that we need to assist the child according to the Children's Act, and that we need to ensure that our children, that we try to break the cycle, even with our children, that they receive therapy. So that's why it is so important that we need to ensure that they are receiving services as well. And then just one thing, the Khuseleka one-stop centers, and now many people get confused with that, and the TCCs. Remember, with our TCCs, it is a blueprint, and it is run by our NPA stakeholder. And with the TCCs, we have the NPA there, Department of Health, SAPS, and we have DSD/NGO, but there's no shelter. So there's no shelter there. When it comes to the Khuseleka one-stop centers, they have the NPA, they have SAPS, they have Department of Health, they have DSD/NGO, but then they also have a shelter comment that is part of that. So just remember that when it comes to the difference between the two. Then I'm going to look, when we talk about registration and accreditation, I said that, remember that the court mandate for DSD with regards to victim support services is to the provision of psychosocial services. So colleagues, when I talk about DSD, it includes for me our NGOs. So, but in the end, it is also responsible for ensuring accountability across the department. So DSD is also responsible to ensure that the other departments are bringing. So when we look at Pillar 4, it also brings that into comparison to say, we need to look and see where is the other departments, are they doing their work, like NPA? Are they ensuring that there is a TCC? In a TCC, are they ensuring that there is somebody that can deliver counseling services? So when we are looking at this, we're looking at registration and accreditation of the victim support facilities should be regulated according to registration. Remember, I did talk about the WISPL, that talk about registration and accreditation. Then, colleagues, I'm going to please, all staff need to be vetted. So they need to be vetted first against the National Child Protection Registration. Nee? So all of your staff, this register is with DSD. So all of your staff, everyone needs to be vetted against the National Child Protection Register. And that is done annually. Okay. With the new amendment to the Sexual Offences Act, it stipulates that everyone that is working in a shelter needs to be vetted against the National Register for Sex Offender. And that is lying with our Department of Justice. It is not us. So your staff member needs to be vetted against these two registers, firstly. And the new amendment says that if they come there and your staff members, it is still implemented, so you are not in trouble yet. But if they come and they see that your staff members are not vetted, that it is a criminal offense then. So that means that your board member, your CEO of your board can be, or your manager can be, open a case against them because they haven't done their work to ensure that all the staff have been vetted. Then the last one is the list of persons convicted of abuse of older persons. But for most of the time is that I know Many of the shelters do not take older persons. They will maybe at one stage, if it is an emergency, take them, and then afterwards, then also refer them to an old age home or to an institution that will be able to assist them. I'm pleading with you just to ensure for now, if you can ensure that your people are vetted against the National Child Protection Register and the National Register for Sex Offenders, if you can make sure, and both of these registers have to be done annually, yearly. So if you start doing it now, next year, July, you have to do it again, the year after that. So please ensure that you are doing it. Okay, is there any questions before I go to the next part?
Nothing thus far. Thank you, Griselda.
Okay. So who are the people that are delivering psychosocial services that we have placed in this policy? So we have looked at our lay counselors. We have looked at our pastoral counselors, our traditional healers, leaders, our social auxiliary workers, our child and youth care workers, our social workers, our registered counselors, our psychologists, our psychiatrists, and then our educational psychologists. So this policy has focused on this is the people that I look at when they've done the policy. So remember we said when we look at psychosocial services, it has different fields. It has, I want to say, like containment. So we know containment can be done by our social auxiliary workers. They can do containment because it doesn't go into therapy. Also, when we look at lay counselors will be able to do containment, but they cannot do therapy. So that is why we are looking at different fields. Our child and youth care workers can do containment, but they will not be able to do therapy. So colleagues, I don't know what is this. Maybe I must just stop sharing, but I hope it's okay. I see there's a mark the whole time here on my thing. I don't know how I get there. I don't know if you can see it, but when you receive it, you will be able to make it bigger for yourself. When we look, this is how we have done this now. So on the first hand, you have your practitioner and the level of required qualification. And then you have your competency. That means what can this person do? Then you have your registration with a professional board. Is there already a professional board that this person needs to be registered with? The second part is the policy proposal. That means the policy says, you know what, this person do not have a professional board, so we are proposing that this must be put in place. So when we look, I'm just going to take quickly, I'm going to give you two examples. I'm going to give you one example here. So here you look at the social auxiliary worker. So according to the social auxiliary worker, the level of required qualification is your NQF level 4 and 5. So that is the level that I need to be on. Then what can this social auxiliary worker do? The social auxiliary worker task is mainly of a social care nature, focusing on the primary needs of the individual, families, group, and community. Do you remember we did talk about the primary needs? So the primary needs is like your basic safety. It's about food, sheltering. It's about that regarding the needs. Then a social auxiliary worker works under the guidance and control of the social worker and as a supporting service to a social worker to achieve the aims of the social worker. So the social auxiliary worker needs to be supervised by the social worker. A social auxiliary worker cannot work alone. And what we have picked up, I know some of you, what we have picked up is that we have social auxiliary workers that are there forever. And they are excellent. They know the organization, they know the organization's ins and out. They have picked up so many things. But at the end of the day, we must still remember that our social auxiliary worker needs to work under the guidance of the social worker. I understand, I remember the comment that the one social auxiliary worker was saying that, see, it's been years there. And then the social workers are coming in. And we have seen it, that the social auxiliary worker is actually giving guidance to the social worker because of her years of experience that she has been in a shelter, the years of experience that she has been in this field. So we know this is happening. But our social auxiliary worker needs to be registered with the South Africa Council for Social Service Practitioner. So you cannot work as a social auxiliary worker if you are not registered at the council. So this policy says, now we are okay with it. There is somebody that can hold the social auxiliary accountable if she's not working according to the ethics and according to the registration regulations that have been set out. So colleagues, just another, I know what is happening in many of our organizations is that they appoint social workers as social auxiliary workers. Because there is not posts for social workers. So that many social workers are working as social auxiliary workers. That doesn't mean that you can start doing counseling. If you are doing something wrong and the client goes to the council will look at what your job description is saying. If your job description is saying that you are a social auxiliary worker, you are automatically at fault. So just a warning there, please remember that. Even that you have a degree and you are registered as a social worker, but at your employment, your contract is saying you are a social auxiliary worker, then you are not allowed. Please remember that. Then just another example, I'm not going to go through all of them. The social worker. So our competency, what must we have? You must have a bachelor degree in social work. What can a social worker do? The social worker can do, I'm not going to go in here, but a social worker, it means that we can do therapy, we can do counseling, that we are allowed to do. Are we registered at the council? Yes, we are registered at the council. So there is no application. The policy says yes, the council will hold the social worker accountable if she harms the client has a place to go where the client can go and say the social worker didn't treat me with respect, the social worker didn't do the correct work, the social worker give my information out to people, they have a place where they can go to make a claim against the social worker. Then, I'm just going to do the one thing here, the pastoral counselors. Colleagues, we have seen that there's a lot of pastors, there's a lot of people out there that are saying, come to us, we can do therapy, we can assist you. And then we have seen it went terrible wrong, that these persons have been victimized, they have even been abused, they have been raped. We have seen that. But when we look at them, they are saying here that according to that, they must have, it says a background in theology, appreciate the role of a person's spirituality or faith tradition in the healing process. So they are saying if the dominie or the pastor have a B.Psych degree, then they can register with HPCSA. So then it means that there is a body. But if they have a B.Psych degree, if you have a B.Psych degree, then they will be able to do that. If they do not have a B.Psych degree, then this proposal, this policy is saying, then they must register with the Cultural, Religion and Linguistic Rights Commission. Because if they do not have a B.Psych cited degree and they are doing therapy and there's no accounting body for them, where will this victim go to? So this policy is saying they must then register at the CRL Commission to ensure that our victims has a place to go to complain, to lay a complaint against. So if we look at our registered counsellors, they have a 4-year BPsych or honors degree in psychology. So they will be registered at the Professional Board of Psychology. So we do not have a problem with them. Now, I'm just going to do this one and then we are almost finished. With our traditional leaders, we are saying here, it says recognized in section 212 of the constitutions that talks to kings, heads, and chiefs. Okay. So what is the component? What can I do? The institution, status, and role of the individual leader and is according to the customary law are recognized subject to the constitution. They do not have any counsel. So the proposal is that you remember that the part of the NSP is saying that there needs to be a counsel for gender-based violence. So now this policy is saying that a traditional leader must be certified with the Gender-Based Violence Advisory Council as an individual rendering services. So this council is still not up and running. With the council, it has to be, there was, the bill was circulated, it was gazetted, there was inputs, and that's part of the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities responsibility. So hopefully we are at the near end that this council will be functional. And as soon as they are functional, then it will be asked that the traditional leaders need to be registered at this council board. So that will also give them the victim the opportunity to go to the Gender-Based Violence Advisory Council and say, this traditional leader was doing this and this and this to me. Because we have also seen that this is happening. They are misusing their position and they are actually doing harm to the victims. And that is the same with our traditional healers. So your traditional healers is your SAGOMA healthcare practitioners that are looking at is established in balanced, harmless relationship between the affected patients. So we have also know that there was a lot of things that have happened with the traditional healers. We have heard about women that goes into that wants to start for learning, and they are being raped and abused by our traditional healers, saying that it's part of the institution and as part of how they are learning, but that is not true. So here we are also saying that this traditional healers needs to be certified in terms of the Gender-Based Violence Council as individual rendering services. So all of this is trying to say that all practitioners, there must be a level of qualification. There needs to be, when we look at all of this, there needs to be competency. There needs to be decide this is what you are allowed to do. All of these tables that you could, but you can go through everyone when you are looking, it's part of the policy and see, and it's done in more detail as well. Decide that we need to have somebody, there needs to be a professional body that the victim can go to and that the victim can lay a complaint against, because otherwise all of these people are unchecked. If you do not have to register and you are doing counseling, who will be able, where can this victim go to if you have done more harm than good. So we are trying to ensure that the field that we are in, that our victims are being guarded, that our victims are being safe, that our victim can know that if she or he goes to any of these people, this professional person, this traditional healer, this traditional leader is doing harm to her or to him or to they, that they are able to go somewhere to complain. That nobody will say, no, but that is just part, that I do have a voice. So we want to ensure that all of us are being held accountable for what we are doing with our victims. It doesn't matter if you are a social worker, it doesn't matter if you are a social worker, if you are a psychiatrist, if you are a psychologist, if you are just a counselor or a lay counselor, you need to be held accountable if you are interacting with a victim. You can't just do what you want to do. Okay, I'm going to stop there first quickly to find out if you have any comments before I continue.
Nothing in the chat for now, Rose. Griselda, sorry if there's anyone that has any comments would like to unmute themselves.
You are getting tired now. Okay.
Yeah, it looks like there's no questions or comments for this point in
Okay,
time.
we are almost at the end, colleagues. I know it's difficult to sit in front of your laptop and listening and things like that. I know that. So just like a quick roll of who is allowed responsibility. But this is also, you know, this, I'm not going to go into it again. It's just to say that the Gender-Based Violence Advisory Council oversees the implementation of the NSP on GBVF. DSD is main responsibility. So when we look at this, we're looking at the core. What is our core? So our core is psychosocial services, South Africa Police Services. Core is to ensure that they are doing the investigation, all of that. Local authority, the core is like that's now your municipalities. So they are responsible for your EMS, they are responsible for your fire brigade, they are responsible for your municipality clinics, all of those things. The Department of Justice and NPA, they are responsible for the prosecution part. Department of Health are responsible for the healthcare practitioners and forensic specialists. So they are responsible. They're responsible, just to say, at the TCC, they must provide the forensic doctor. They must provide the forensic nurse that will be able to do the forensic investigation and collection of evidence. Department of Correctional Services, they are responsible actually, yes, to do the parole, to do the, and also they are responsible to do programs with the inmates, to assist the inmates that they do behavior change programs. So when they go out, they are better, that they have learned, they have changed their behavior. Department of Women, Youth and People with Disability, they are the coordination of the NSP. Our civil society organization is responsible for advocacy and counseling. Our Chapter 9 is doing our oversights. Legal Aid Board is for legal representative. And then all of this is done. We must always remember we have our 3 spheres of government. That's national, provincial, and local level. Okay, so that the next part goes into talking about the monitoring and evaluation. Just to say, the pillar 4 of the NSP addressing GBV focus on response care, support and healing, and stipulate victim-centered and survivor-focused accessibility, equality, quality service that are readily available across the criminal justice system, health system, education system, and social support system at all respective levels as an outcome. So one of the key activities of the pillar is to standardize approach to sheltering, adopting for funding and services. And an indicator of achieving this activity is the standardization shelter framework in place, the ME framework for victims friendly room, and the survivor focused service delivery. So one of these things, I think that's why you also received the policy on shelter. Intersectorial was done. We have an M&E framework that are looking at the services. That's why you get your case audits. That's why you get your GQAs. That's why you get your site visits. If you are receiving funding from DSD, to check to see, are you delivering the services according to your SLA, your service level agreement? Are you, and then with your case audits, the social workers are coming in as well to look at your files to check, are you doing? What is the service that you're actually delivering? And colleagues, just a heads up here, the files are looking, some people's files are stunning, other organizations' files is not so good because we do not like
Griselda, we lost you there. Griselda, are you still with us? Apologies all, I'm just trying to get hold of Griselda. Can everybody still hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thanks, Rose.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you, Busisiwe.
Yes, we do hear you.
Okay, I think we've lost Griselda. She's probably going to try and reconnect. Please give us a minute.
up. Can you hear me now, okay? Melanie, can you hear me?
Can. Thank you, Griselda.
Sorry, I'm so sorry. It's like my internet is going up and down now the whole time. So we're almost, but we are at the end. So we are really at the end now. Sorry. So when we are looking, I'm just not even going because that is really the end. We talk about the evaluation. So please always remember that you do that. That you are putting everything that you need, that you are doing, especially with your clients. Make sure that you are putting all your intervention that you have done with your clients, that it's in their file, that it can show us what you have done. So I'm just going to go quickly. Like with any policy, there's always a review. And then with any policy, there's always recommendations. So normally with a policy, we will say every 5 years, a policy needs to be reviewed. So this policy was done in 2021. So in 2026, the review will be done. So the review will always be done with our stakeholders. So we will ask our stakeholders to comment. We will have consultation, workshop, to say we need to change this, we need to change this, we need to look at this before we continue again, to make sure that the policy is up to date again. So with any policy review, all the stakeholders are always involved. So this will be done in 2026. Okay, colleagues, I'm finished now. You can, if there's any questions or any comments, you can please share with the last time, and then we are finished.
There's nothing on the chat, but I see that Mary has unmuted herself. I'm not sure. Mary, do you have something to comment or ask?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Colleagues, I just want to ask that, just for feedback, was any of this for you? If I maybe can get 3 people, was there anything that you found? What was the 3? If you can, 3 people can just say to me, this stood out for them for the training, or if they found, I see Cheryl saying a very informative. Thank you, Cheryl. But if you can, okay, it seems like the people are writing. Okay.
You're getting many thanks. I've got one from Portia as well saying thank you so much. This is so informative. It will help us a lot to help our clients moving forward.
Okay.
And then
Okay.
Sheila, thank you. Very helpful information. Please note I've also logged in with my cell phone because of sound. Yeah, a lot of messages coming through to saying thank you so much. And all information will be shared once the recording is available.
Okay. I think, but I will also, from my side, I will send you the guidelines for the LGBTI. I will send you the list of provincial coordinators. And then I think there was something else. I will just look. But I know I've written it down here quickly that I must do that for you. So I can send it to you, and then you the resource directory was the other one.
Yes, that will be great.
Yeah, so I will send everything to Melanie through, and then I will so that she can share it with you. And colleagues, thank you. Sorry for the last bit that went now in and out. I'm so sorry for that. But thank you, and I really hope. I think for me it's very important that we must really try and see how can we, with what we have, how we can deliver an excellent service to our victims. And I think if we just try every single day to see how can we move things around, how can we look at ourselves as well. And then also look after yourself, please. Like I say, little things, just do one thing at least for yourself. And look after yourself as well to ensure that you are also okay. Because if you are not okay, you will not be able to deliver the service. So please look after yourself as well. And thank you for this opportunity. I really appreciate it. And it was nice talking to all of you. I wish that all of you, if you are saying goodbye, if you can please just put your camera on so that I can see who's the people, if you can, that I've been talking to. But thank you, Melanie, and thank you for assisting me during this training. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Griselda, on behalf of NSM. We really appreciate it. Thank you for taking the time to do this for us. It was extremely insightful. And yeah, we look forward to future engagements with you.
Thank you. And bye-bye, colleagues. Stay warm, stay safe, please.
And you too.
And I see.
Thank
you.
Bye.
Bye.
You too. Bye.
I see
Bye.
some faces. Thank you.
Bye. Yeah, you know my old face, so yeah.
I see some faces here and there. There I see Sarah. Hello, Sarah. Bye-bye. Here's another face. It's so nice to see some of the faces. I love it. At least I know who's the people that I was talking to.
Yeah, the voices, yes.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, thank you so much. Bye-bye, colleagues.
Thanks, everybody. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.